Hi there, I'm Carol, the Crafty Grandma, and this is part 2 of our AnniesCatalog.com Blissful Bag stream. Down in the description, I have the link to get this pattern, and the pattern, I actually got the pattern in another grouping of patterns from Annie's catalog. I want to say it was Quilt in a Day, or it was something about using scraps and strips and stuff like that. But I have been dying to make this, and so we started it. This is going to be the second part, and we should be able to finish it. During the first part, I went through how to cut everything, including getting the templates, and the template information is all down in the description, so you can see how to get the clear template plastic I used. If you want to use pattern paper, you can use that too. It's a little harder because you have to be able, you can see through it. It's pattern paper is thin, so you can see through it, so it's not as bad. I like the plastic template stuff, and so I grabbed a ton of it, and now I'm going to have to figure out what to use it all on. But so I did that. We used a jelly roll, which wasn't technically a jelly roll. It's a mini jelly roll or something like that. It only had 20 strips in it. But I used 2 of each. There were 5 patterns of fabric with 4 strips each. And so I used 2 of each of the strips so I can make an absolutely identical bag to this with what's remaining. Now, that being said, I noticed that yesterday I was trying to figure out, one of the pieces I cut was from my lining fabric, and it was 5 inches wide by 28.5 inches long. And I kept saying yesterday, during the first part, I couldn't figure out what this was for. Well, it turns out this is going to be for the strap of the purse. I am uncertain as to exactly why there are 2 of these. I'm thinking this is the gusset, and then this is going to be the closing piece for the button. But I'm not 100% certain. I read through, and it was a little confusing. So it turns out there were 4 comments on, or reviews, on this pattern on AnniesCatalog.com. And the main complaint from all 4 people was the fact that the directions were hard to understand. So I'm taking it step by step, and I think that I am noticing that there is some oddities here and there. But I'm sure we'll be able to figure it out. It shouldn't be all that hard. FYI, just now, a second cat came running into the room to bother the first cat, so there may be cat noises coming up here shortly. Not certain what's going to happen there. But we are on step number 8 in the directions, and they do have some pretty decent pictures, so it hasn't been too difficult to understand. But step number 8 was to determine, I needed to determine which one of these 2 strips I wanted to use as the gusset. I didn't know that's what it was called yesterday. It's the piece that goes all the way around the bag, and then you attach both the back and the front to it. So this is the front of the bag that we started in part 1. And this is the front pocket, and we made sure that we had all of our strips lined up so that when you look at it and you see it from a distance, you don't really see the pocket at all. It kind of all blends together. All right, so we need to lay this down right side up, and I did end up deciding, which I pretty much figured I was going to. I'm going to use the lemon as my fabric that's going to go around. And we need to put it down right side down, and the left hand side of the strip is what we are going to attach to the purse. I am going to use a combination of clips and pins. The reason I'm using a combination of clips and pins is because around the corner areas I'm going to pin it so that I'm certain, or around the corners areas I'm going to clip it because it's going to be more challenging to get it around that area, and I want to be able to just move it if necessary as I go. So sewing, you're always going to have your material on your left-hand side. So I'm going to start, or I want to make sure I go all the way around. And I am not going to center this material. The reason I put it over here is I want it to end just before the salvage. If it turns out that the only purpose of this fabric, of this strip of fabric, is to create the loop that goes around the button, I'm going to try and see if I can use this fabric, the remainder of this fabric, to do that and not waste an entire strip of fabric on something as simple as a loop to loop around the button. So, pins. I am using 2-inch, I think they're called quilter pins. I can't remember what size they are off the top of my head. Excuse me. And this particular fabric, I measured it in part 1, and the area between the indented V's, which you cannot see from that angle, from where you're at, is where the 2.5 inches is. So I will be placing this fabric and matching up at the inside of the V. So there's going to be a lot of fabric over top that's just sort of there. Now, like I said, we're going to be sewing from this side, but I'm going this way because I want to end with the least amount of fabric as I can so that I have a bunch of fabric over here. Actually, I should probably just do it the other way. That way I don't have to worry about it. Yes. Let's start with the least amount of fabric here. Yeah, I picked out this button yesterday to go on here, and I keep looking at it and thinking about it, so I'm not certain. I may end up... There isn't another big button in the thing in my bin that I can use. I don't know if I have any other... I've got a lot of little buttons, but I don't know if I have any more big buttons that I can use. And those of you that have seen other videos of mine, you're going, oh my gosh, you're using so many pins and you never use pins. I don't use pins very often. This is one of those places where it's necessary. We really need to ensure that we get the fabric attached completely, and it's going to be challenging in different places. So like right here is where I'm going to start with the clips. And as we go around, the fabric is going to wrinkle, or fold, I should say. There's going to be a fold in it. Now, fortunately, because of this fabric coming from a strip and having the scalloped edges already in them, I may not have to clip too much on the corners. It seems to be flowing quite nicely, but this is before we get the 1/4 inch in. So we're going to have to see how that turns out. I just felt sad. I saw the FedEx truck pull up and it kept going. Stopped at my neighbor's house. I don't have anything, well, I do have 2 skeins of yarn. but I don't know how they're going to be shipped. I can't remember how Hirschner's ships. And one of them isn't going to be available. One color is not going to be available until like September 21st anyway. Thinking of that, I should have brought my knitted gnome up here. He's kind of cute, and he comes with a hat for autumn. I'm waiting, one of the back ordered yarn I'm waiting on is a black, and that will allow me to make a Halloween hat. So hopefully the back order will come through when it needs to, so that I can sell Halloween hats to go with my gnomes on Etsy. Otherwise, the gnomes are just going to have the fall hats, and that's kind of boring. I was thinking people would really like to buy the different holiday hats. I have the stuff to make Christmas hats. I just don't think it's time to start making those quite yet. They don't take all day long. They're fairly quick to stitch up. I say that, and one evening equals one hat pretty much. Nope, I got the pin going the wrong way. Tuh. That FedEx truck is sitting there an awful long time. She must be getting her Chewy order. I know the FedEx guy hates it when he's got a Chewy order for us and a Chewy order for her, because she's got 2 big dogs, big bags of food. We've got the 2 cats, big bag of food, big bags of litter. He's not happy when he has to stop at both places on the same day. Definitely tires him out. Okay, so now we are going to sew these 2 pieces together. Does it say anything special? Press seam toward gusset strip. You on? You're sleeping. Wake up. My iron turns cool, well, it's if you don't use it right away. Water. Did I tell you? So I got these cups because I realized every cup I owned in known to man had a logo of some kind on it, and I was like, well, I can't drink out of that while doing videos, so I've got to find something. So I ordered a cup, or looked for a cup that didn't have a logo on it, that was inexpensive, so that I could drink my coffee, potentially, while doing videos. And as sometimes, quite frequently actually happens to me, it turned out that buying 2 cups was cheaper than buying a single cup, because I didn't want a 40-ounce cup. I wanted this is a 12-ounce cup. So I order it, and I get these 2 cups, and they happen to have these lids on them because they're travel cups. I'm like, I don't need the travel cup. I'm not going anywhere, so I don't need the travel. Well, the first day I used it, there was still a small amount of water left in the bottom of the cup, and I just left it sitting here, and I didn't have the lid on, because I said, why should I use the lids? I'm not traveling. I'm in my house. Why should I go in? Why should I use a travel lid? So later that day, I hear a loud noise from my craft room, and I go to look, and it turns out the cats had been on this table, wandering around, whichever one of the 2 tables, they were wandering around. The coffee cup was over there, or the water cup. Fortunately, it only had water in it. They had knocked the cup over and gotten water all over my table. So now I'm using the travel lids because It turns out I did need them after all. I just didn't know it. And since I've already done with my coffee, we've moved on to water. All right, let's get set up for our... That goes there. What did I do with my paper scissors? There's my paper scissors. I'm like, things are missing from the wall. Which you can't see because you don't see my wall. Well, you can kind of see that I've got corkboard. When I switch over to this, you can see that I've got a corkboard there. Okay, this camera I noticed was being weird today. Trying to focus in. It's having some trouble with focusing today. So hopefully it doesn't cause us too much of a hassle. All right, let's see here. Where are we at? We've turned on the machine for the day. That's a step in the right direction. And we are at a standard everyday stitch with the needle in the center position. So I am going to move it over one click to the right because I have challenges with 1/4 inch seams. So I want to make sure that I get my 1/4 inch seam and not some fat 1/4 inch seam. I am not using a feeder fabric because, for all intents and purposes, the beginning of this, where the selvage is my 1/4 inch seam. And I am not going to fix it or stop it or anything like that. I'm not going to knot it at the beginning or the end because of the fact that there are going to be other seams that go in here. Okay, so let's see. Oh, set the machine. This machine defaults to a needle up position. I prefer a default to a needle down position. That's what I'm used to. My trusty old brother over here, that's what I learned. Well, I didn't learn on this particular one, but it's very similar to the one I learned on. Defaults to a needle down, so I am used to a needle down position, not a needle up position. All right, so now we're going to sew. And we are sewing. Yes, we are sewing. Excellent. Still have the green thread on from yesterday. I'm not going to worry about that. I like the green, so we're going to keep it, and it's all cotton. You know, I'm not certain. I didn't look to see. Let me look. The Fusible Fleece that I bought. Here, it's right here. Fusible Fleece. It is 100% polyester. All right, so this will not be a 100% cotton purse. My fabric's cotton, my thread's cotton, but the fleece that I'm using is polyester. So I'll be interested to see what it looks like if I wash it. I may do that once just to see how it comes out. I like having a washable purse just in case something happens. I don't think I've ever washed a purse, saying that, but the idea of being able to, I like. And remember, we always remove our pins, otherwise we will sew over them. That would be bad. We'd break needles. They would fly in the air. And even though I wear glasses, I'm still always afraid that a part of the needle will sneak underneath and go in my eye. I think I was warned that so many times as a kid when I was learning to sew that it sticks in my head. I'm still afraid that at some point in time one of these needles is going to pop out and jump into my eye. Alright, so here we are at the curve. And we have to make sure... I forgot my clipper scissors. There they are. Come here. Ooh! Yep, part of the pegboard came off. So my clipper scissors are here in case I need to clip the fabric so that it lays correctly as I sew. don't think I'm going to need to. I think this is a smooth enough curve. When you've got a sharper turn, sometimes you have to clip inside the seam allowance to get the fabric to lay right. But I think this curve is smooth enough that I may not have to. Now you'll notice that the fabric is bunching up on the top by the clips. That's because the bottom fabric is being pulled by the feed dogs. So it actually gets moved faster than the fabric on the top. You usually end up with the fabric on the top bunching up at the end. You can use a walking foot if you'd prefer. That puts feed dogs on the top and on the bottom, so they feed at the same speed. I'm okay with it because I know that it's going to happen, and I just sort of make sure I follow along with it to ensure that my 1/4 inch seams are where they need to be and everything stays straight. I am going to clip right here. It looks like it's getting a little tight, so I'm going to clip there just a little bit, and that's going to separate the fabric in the seam allowance so that it curves around. It gives it more fabric or more space for the fabric to curve. Now we're bunching up, so now we've got to fix the bunch up problem. But it seems the curve is going great, which means the other curve over here on the other side I'm going to have a problem with, because this one's working well. So or on the other side, one of the two. Because after we get done with the front here, we have to attach the back. And we're going to do the exact same thing, except now we have even more fabric because we've got both the front and the back attached. Alright, let's see here. We got a little bubble, but we're doing okay. Okay, so now we're straight. But you can see we still got all this extra fabric because the fabric on the top is not moving as fast as the fabric on the bottom. And it may be the way I clipped it. I wasn't focusing really hard on stretching it and making sure it was completely the way it's going to be. So now I'm having a problem, and I'm not certain how to solve it because I don't like the idea. Now that I've looked at it, I don't like the idea of the handle being white. I just don't like that at all. And it's I don't know why they had the handle the same as the lining fabric. I mean, I do and I don't. They've got it, you can't use a strip of fabric because we cut, it's a 5-inch strip instead of a 2.5-inch strip. So it is a much wider strip of fabric that's going to go over the fusible fleece that we cut to, I think 2 inches wide. But yeah, the idea of having the handle white doesn't throw me. But this is awfully white, so it might not look too bad. We're going to have to see. It's going to happen today because I'm not doing another episode of this just because I can't decide on what to do about the handle. That would just be silly. Because we're going to be done with this in a couple of hours, so there's no reason to do a third video for just a couple of hours to finish it up. So we are going to finish this up today, and I will make a decision at some point before we get done with this part of the show, of the video. I'm old. I call these things shows. I can't help myself. I know they're just videos, but they're... Now the other thing I could do, ooh, here's an idea. I could put the fabric, the strip of fabric that I have, in the middle of the 5-inch piece, like over the top of it. Ooh, that's an idea. When we get to this handle, we're going to have to, it's going to take some effort. I think I have an idea though. Alright, we're almost there. Alright, let's go look at this and trim up our sides, or extra threads. There we go. So I have my little tails that come from the fact that my machine cuts the thread for me. So that goes there. You two are going to go back here because we're going to need you in a minute, but we need to press the fabric towards the gusset. So this will be fun. So we seal the thread in by pressing. Are you hot yet? Yeah, a little bit. I am going to trim this fabric off a little bit higher than it needs to, because I know I'm going to trim it again later. But I just don't want to fold it or mess with it because I know what I want to try and do to save this to make the loop. All right. Press towards the gusset. That is a weird word now that I hear it. I know I've heard it before and I get it. It's a weird word to say, gusset. Alright, there we go. Now here's where it gets tricky. I do have a gadget for this. You could probably use the edge of your ironing board if you wanted to. I happen to have a gadget that is very full of cat hair. And you may have this just from general ironing. It's called a ham. And it lets me sew or iron around curves. Oh, look at that. I found some of my basting stitches. We're going to have to get rid of that. Apparently, right around here, I did not sew a full 1/4 of an inch because I know my basting stitches are 1/8 of an inch. There we go. Let's get this last piece done. Come on. There is nowhere on this ham that fits the size of this curve. All right. I'm going to do this a little off to the side so I can get the straight part here. Down. And then we're back to a curve again. Alright, so now we have it ironed and pressed and all that good stuff, and I'm going to get my, or a seam ripper. And now the basting stitches that I put in are barely visible, but they are visible enough to me that they will drive me crazy. So without getting into the seam that you actually just stitched, you can pull the basting stitches out. And remember, we left them a longer length. Well, if you didn't watch part 1, we left the basting stitches a longer length so that we can pull it out so it's not visible, so we don't have visible seams that aren't necessary on the outside of our purse. Have we gotten hot already? No, not too bad. It's only 79 in here. Got the fan, maybe we've got the fan facing the wrong way. I'm going to turn the fan. I'll be right back. There. Maybe that'll make me a little cooler, because it's definitely feeling warm in here today. Okay, almost undone on this side. Because the dark green thread definitely shows up on this light fabric. Okay, so that's done on the outside. Now let's make sure we've got it pulled up on the inside. I don't know if I'm going to be, oh, there it is. So the basting stitch was only used to make sure to attach the pocket to the front fabric so that we didn't have to try and pin it and manipulate it and hold on to it while we were sewing the gusset on. I can't tell if that's the actual seam or if that's the basting. That's the basting. Yeah, I don't like that there. Okay. You just have to be very careful not to cut out the actual stitches, otherwise you have to re-sew it. All right, this one's longer. This side goes for a long time. I guess it's a good thing that it's dark green because it definitely stands out and makes it easier to pick. Remember, when sewing, your seam ripper is one of your best friends. You will get to know it well. Like I said, the basting stitches aren't necessary. They're only a temporary thing to hold the fabric together. And if you sew correctly, not like I did, you may not have to do this. I didn't get the correct seam allowance. Now everything's still attached together. I looked and I made sure that everything's still attached all together. So the actual seam is fine. The basting, it's very possible that when I did the basting, I did it too far in and did it closer to 1/4 of an inch instead of 1/8 of an inch, which I was shooting for. Come on. There we go. Okay, that's that. Is it good on the other side? Yep, done on that side. So now, over here, there should be, there it is. Excellent. Sorry, my microphone is in my back. It's driving me crazy today. It's in an odd spot. I don't know why. Maybe it's the pants. Okay, threads are thrown away. Seam is done. Excellent. So add the back. So I did step 8. Right sides together, sew it around. Yep, did that. Step 9. Add the bag back section to the opposite side of the gusset as in step 8, aligning the top edges of the bag back section with the top edges of the bag front section to complete the outer bag. Trim excess strip even with top of bag. Alright, so now we take this and let's see, how do we do this? How do we do this? So we're going to have to, even though we pressed it, now we have to flip that way. Yes, because we have to have right sides together. There we go. And the right sides together. So now we have to figure out, yes, we will be sewing this way, where the top of the bag is for the front, so we know where to put the top of the bag for the back. I am going to do this with a ruler and a pen. I don't need a big ruler, and I have said multiple times on multiple different videos, use the smallest ruler you have to use. So in this case, the strip is only 2.5 inches wide. If I had gotten out my 24-inch ruler, it'd be all over the place and hard to use. So we're not doing that. And then I am pulling out my red Frixon pen, and we're going to draw a line across the strip where the top of the purse is. To determine square, I'm not certain what I need to do there. I've decided I am going to use the seam line. Now I have a red line. Yeah, you can actually see that. I have a red line going across, and that's where the top of the back of the bag is going to go. And I'm going to do the same thing over here, again, using my seam line as the straight point. Red line. Pen. Ruler gets put away. Now we go back to pinning. Okay. Right sides together. Actually, I'm doing it upside down. If I do it this way, I guess I could. If I do it this way, will that be easier? This would be easier. So having the finished front on the top is going to be easier, in my opinion, to sew than the other way around. You can do it either way, because either way you're going to have extra fabric flopping around and getting in your way no matter what you do. This is going to be probably the most difficult. Probably. Probably one of the most difficult activities in this whole bag putting together thing. The point where we put the lining in might be a little bit tricky too, but usually that's not too bad. You just sew a big circle and have to keep everything away from each other so you don't sew things together. Oh, and FYI, I have sewn things together before. So if you do, you're not alone. You won't be the first. I guarantee you won't be the last. Oh, my watch says it's time for me to start moving. Apparently I've been standing still too long. Thinking of that, it got quiet. The cats both went away. I don't know where they went. But it's kind of like children. When they're quiet for too long, you have to wonder what they're up to. Yeah, hopefully they're in different rooms of the house, and so that's why they're being quiet. One's downstairs in the office, making sure that everything is running smoothly down there. And the other one's sleeping in the bedroom, where she normally likes to hang out. So as you saw with the attaching of the first part of this, the clips are mere suggestions, as well the pins technically are too, but because the fabric is going to adjust as you go around. But I do like to have it as much, as tight, as straight as I can when I start sewing. Beginners out there are going, but I use all those pins all the time too, and you normally don't. Yeah, this is one of those spots. You will want to pin this. Of course, there are people out there that make bags all the time, and they're probably laughing at me going, oh my gosh, why are you doing that? It's not that hard. You just go around. I don't make bags every day. I have made quite a few of them. And I do have one that I can't wait to make. I keep putting it off. I actually have all of the stuff now. I got the little metal feet. I've never used those before. I've got the metal feet. I've got some metal circles and decorations. And I've got rivets, which I've used on clothes, but I've never used on a purse. I've got all of the gadgets and gizmos I want to make this purse. I even bought cork. Now I've got regular fabric, upholstery fabric that I'm going to do for the first one, but I've got cork because I really want to try it with cork. Well, I want to try any pattern with cork. Steve pointed out the fact that cork is not waterproof. I'm like, yeah, I know. He's like, so do you think it's a really good idea to make a purse out of cork? I'm like, eh. Especially in Central Florida where it rains every day during the summer. He might be right. I know I have waterproof stuff from some boots that I purchased for work when I worked. So I might be able to put that. I don't know if that works on cork or not. I will have to look all of that up and see how it comes out. But yeah. It's a really cool purse with a bunch of different zippers and uses different fabrics. And when you buy the pattern, there's a link for the video on how to do it. So I will not be making it live on this video or on this channel because she already has, the designer of the pattern has already created it. Has already made a video and it's hers. So it's called, let me tell you, so that if you want to go buy it, you can. Country Cow Designs. I've got a bunch of different patterns for them. This one does it. Lomexa? L-O-M-E-X-A. Lomexa handbag by Country Cow Designs. I print them in booklet form because I like it better that way. And then the actual pattern pieces that are in there, I print off regular, but I have them all in here anyway. But it just looks like it's so cool. And I really want to try it. I've got multiple fabrics sitting over here. You can see the nice red Asian print. I want to use this with the cork. I think that's going to be really cool. All right, sorry. Got sidetracked from my gusset. And there are those of you that are sitting there going, did I really have to hear all that? No, you didn't. I just got sidetracked. Sorry. It's the fun of my channel. You never know what I might say next or what I might do next because I don't always know. All right. You're almost there at the end. Woo! Yeah, this does not match up. I'm sure it will in the end, but as of right now, it does not. All right, so I said gadgets and gizmos earlier, so now I've got the Little Mermaid song stuck in my head. All I can hear is gadgets and gizmos galore, aplenty. Who's its and what's its galore. There we go. I almost got the words wrong. It's stuck in my head and now probably stuck in yours. Okay, so now I've got that, and I do have a little bubble of fabric of the gusset, which is fine because just like we did before, as we go around, it's going to adjust. And I guess I could have pinned it either way. Again, either direction is going to be just as problematic or challenging. Okay, to the machine. Oh, there goes my pen. Put that back. Directions, there we go. Cases for my pin cushion and my case for my clips got caught. Alright, so I do have the original, or the front of the bag sitting on the top. I have the back of the bag on the bottom. I've got the gusset on top of the bottom. Again, we're not going to start with any feeder fabric because I'm just going to start off the side here. And then I want to make sure that I keep this together because the fabric for the front, or from the back, for the back of the bag is down there, and the inside of the zigzag is my 1/4 inch. I've said it before, I'll say it again, and I'll probably say it a million times. I love using pre-cut strips because they're pre-cut and I don't have to do it. I hate using pre-cut strips because trying to judge that 1/4 inch with the zigzag on is a pain in the butt, and trimming them all down is a nuisance. So, can't win. You just have to use them and go with it. Or cut your own strips, which works too. Because the scalloped edges are vital in order to keep the fabric from fraying during transportation and or display or whatever. So I completely understand why they're there. I just find them annoying to try and sew with. I almost sewed on that pin. That wouldn't have been pretty. Okay, cool. So going around the circle, keeping things together, but not overlapping. Make sure you don't sew bubbles into your seam because that will just look terrible on your finished product. So you have to keep it flat and straight. Flat and curved, I guess, not flat and straight. Alright, let's see here. How are we looking? We're still doing well. Okay, so now we're going to have a straightaway here. Still got, yep, we're doing good. So like I said, I knew we were going to get extra fabric as we went around, so we're good. Question is, do I have enough of the top fabric to go straight? It doesn't look like it. So here's what we do. We have a little more on the bottom than we have on the top. So we're going to hold the top fabric just a little bit. And it's going to send, what it's going to do on the straightaway here is it's going to put the feed dogs, have the feed dogs pull the bottom fabric a little bit tighter, and the top fabric will catch up. So now both the top and the bottom are the same. And since it was such a small amount, you're not going to see any bubbles or anything on the bottom fabric, on the, well, what's the back fabric. In this case it's on the bottom, but it's the back fabric. If it had been like an inch or something, that would have been a bigger problem. But it was just such a small amount that holding the top fabric tight, while the bottom fabric goes through the feed dogs, it catches everything up and matches everything up perfectly. Okay, so now we go over here And I assume, but you know what happens when you assume, so I'm going to read that it's going to want me to press the seams towards the gusset again. Alright. Trim excess strip even with top of bag. It does not say to press. So, do we keep it right side out or inside out? It doesn't say to change it yet, so we're going to leave it the way it is and trim up the fabric to the tops. Alright, so we have our bag done, the outside of our bag done. Check and make sure we've got all the circle, yep, everything in the corners are nice and tight. I do have a little problem here. I noticed that the fabric is torn a little bit. Yep, I am going to reinforce this corner because the fabric was not cut quite right. So back to the machine real quick. Let me see if I can show it to you or not. Okay. So what happened here is where this seam is, it looks like the fabric came apart a little bit. So that very minuscule part is not caught in the seam. For this, I'm going to do a fix. Actually, no, I'm just going to go back and forth on it a couple times. So I'm going to sew forward, and I'm going to make sure I get the part that wasn't sewn in there caught. And then I'm going to go back. And I'm going to go forward again. I'm going to go back again, and I'm just going to keep doing this. I'm going to do this about 3 more times. Now it's still not, okay, this way. So basically what I'm doing is I'm making the curve smaller. Because I'm going just inside where I had sewn the first time. So now that piece of fabric is still flopping in the wind because it's free. It got where the seam was, but there are multiple sewing lines over the top, so no more everything's tight and sewn in there. So we're good. Alright, so one of the things I read while I was doing that, it says, sorry, my hair is weird. Tomorrow's haircut day, so the bangs were looking weird. Life was just challenging, so this is what we have today. Oh, it's a part of the ponytail. That's what it is. Okay. Anyway, I'm having a very bad distraction day today. It says trim excess strip even with top of bag. No. Lining the top edges. Oh, it doesn't say it. Just says the excess strip. Yeah. I thought it was going to tell me to trim down the seams, but it didn't. So we're gonna go with that. This is definitely a bigger bag than I thought it was. I was thinking a much smaller bag. Wow. All right. I mean, I know that it's like an inch bigger because of the fact that my strips are wider, but wow. All right, so step number 9 I have completed. We're now on to step 10. With right sides together, layer the pieced 7" by 6.5" inner pocket with the prepared 7" by 6.5" pocket lining and stitch around the sides, leaving a 3" opening on one side for turning. Okay. So these two pieces are what we're talking about. And we're going to put them right sides together. And remember, or if you didn't know, the Fusible Fleece is here. That's the back side. The lining fabric is here. That's the inside. And then we're going to put the two pieces together and line them up evenly. And then leave a 3" gap and sew it around. Why, you say, are we leaving a 3" gap? Because we're going to turn it right side out, and that way it's completely seamed around. Yeah. So what we're going to end up doing is where the 3" opening is going to be on the bottom of the pocket. That way, when we stitch the pocket to the back of the fleeced lining, we will be able to top stitch around and get it caught in there. All right, so 3". It can be anywhere. I want it on the bottom. And I'm making sure, yeah. So the 7" width is across. So the stripped pieces are going up and down. One of these is going to be the top, one of these is going to be the bottom. And I am going to mark on here. Let's make sure. Yeah. That'll work. It doesn't really matter if you have a preference of which sides the strips are on. You'll want to pay attention. And does it have to be exactly 3 inches? No, it does not. I am doing it this way, 1, 2, 3, just to make myself happy. So I know where 3 inches is, because as much as I sew, I still have problems figuring out distances sometimes. So this way I know how wide 3 inches is. And now we are going to stitch them together. This is a location where I am going to use the feature on my machine that says fix and stop. If you do not have that feature of it knots for you, you'll have to stitch forward 3 stitches, reverse 3 stitches, and then forward 3 stitches. And you must do this. You have to seal the start and the end of this. Otherwise, when you flip it around, the thread is going to tear out and you're going to end up with massive amounts of open seams, and it's a pain. Now, do I have to be exact? No. Because it's approximately 3 inches. We are doing a 1/4 inch seam, as it's stated. My gadget foot here, which if you have, please use because it is very convenient. I know that from the needle to the edge of this here, before the feet start, or before the toes start, is 1/4 inch. So I'm going to sew until the fabric reaches that point, and then I'm going to turn. This is another reason I like the needle down position. You can turn. trim this up so it doesn't get caught later on. Alright, so as I said, those markings with the red pen were just guidelines. They're not exactly where I ended up. We're fine. The world will not come to an end. Alright. To get sharp, pointy corners, you take your scissors and you cut as close as you can to the line without cutting the threads. So as close as you can at an angle without cutting the threads. So now I have what you cannot see. Can you? Does that help? Kind of a little bit. It's an angle. We're going to do that on all four corners. Be careful not to clip the thread. If you clip the thread, your whole thing will be messed up. And considering we threw away all the extra fabric, and I don't think there would have been enough in the strips anyway, then you probably just would go without a pocket. At least that's what I would do. Because in the past, I have clipped too close. Alright, let me bring this a little closer to the camera so you can see what I'm talking about. It's going to have to refocus, but right, it's going to be blurry. Maybe if I do this. So it's right up to the edge of the cut, as close as you can get. Water. Now comes the fun part. Now we have to turn it right side out. And that's why I insisted that you had to start and stop or seal the seams on one side, on your side, because now we're going to flip everything out. And while doing this, it's going to put pressure on your seam, and if you hadn't sealed it, it's going to tear, and then the entire bottom seam, potentially all the way to the corner, is now torn out, and you have to try and put those stitches back in after you've cut the corners out, which is not easy. Like I said, I've done it. I've tried. It doesn't work well. It is very challenging, and it's just not. I have done it before. I have accomplished the task before and gotten it done. I'm using my finger to poke out the corners. But there were other times when I didn't get it done, and I ended up without whatever it was that I was turning right side out. Or I've had to redo things. I've done it with collars. I'm quite classic when I did. We used to do shirts for my husband more frequently. I would clip too close, and then the collar would end up looking wonky. And have to recut out the collar, which was never fun, especially if it was a pattern fabric and I had to fussy cut again so that it came out with the collars, with the characters in the right spots on the collars. Alright, let's see here. So there is a gadget for corners. I want to say I have it somewhere, but I don't know where. I don't use it very often. I just wing it. But there is a gadget for corners. If you're really particular, you can use chopsticks also. A chopstick is your friend when it comes to sewing. You can use it for multiple different things. And again, this microphone's bothering me. Okay. So now we have to press the fabric. And when we do this open section, the area where we turned it, we need to fold that fabric in. I'm going to get some pins. And these are different pins. These pins have a glass head on them. So the yellow ones that I used to pin on the purse, they were plastic head. These are glass head, which means they won't melt. If I use the yellow ones for what I'm going to do with the iron, the heads would melt, and then I'd get stuff all over my iron and all over my ironing board, and I'd have to make a new ironing board cover, which I probably need to do anyway, but I'm in no rush, and I would have to rush to do it then. So I'm using glass head pins because I can keep them on here while I'm ironing. So 1/4 inch seam, folded over. And I typically start on one side and then go to the other side and do it that way, because at least then it gets both sides sort of started. And especially I'm noticing with this fleece, which I have never used before, but I've done this with batting, which works the same way as fleece. But that piece does not want to fold over as nicely because it's thicker. It's got all of that, well, fleece in it. So it's thicker and it's got more oomph to it, and it doesn't want to fold over. Yes, I still have the Little Mermaid song stuck in my head. It's not going to go away. It's going to drive me crazy. I mean, I could always put the other song that never goes away in my head, and then I'd have that one. But I think it has something to do with the fact that there's a commercial right now that they're doing that for, I think it's Apple, is using the song. And that would make sense with the agreement between Disney and Apple. That would logically make sense that it would be Apple. All right, so now we're going to press the seam. And we are going to leave the pins right where they're at. So I try and make sure that the fabric on top, so that the strip fabric, is overlapping the lining fabric. Just like we did when we did the top of the pocket, you always want to try and make sure that the, I don't want to say the important fabric, but the focus fabric, the stuff that you want everybody to focus on. My iron is not hot yet. So you want to iron from the fabric side first. That way it goes over the backing fabric, the lining fabric. The lining fabric is less important. Now, it can be just as important to you. It could be another fabric. In fact, the pattern itself calls for it to be batik. And you're going, what? Here, let me show you. So this strip fabric is a batik. Get the tag out of the way. Actually, this isn't as much as I thought it was. More of a flower. Where? I've got it over here. This is the next project I'm going to be working on. It's already posted out online for live video, so I guess I can show this. This is a batik fabric, and this is going to be part of my focus fabric for the next project I'm doing. And like I said, I've already got it posted out there for the live videos next week. And so the pattern from Annie's, calls for a batik pattern on the inside. And I chose to use the white. And it kind of makes sense now that I say these things out loud, why they say to use the fabric for the handle. Because to them, on the pattern, what they called for is a nicer fabric on the inside. I just used a simple basic white, nothing spectacular, because I wanted it to be a very light summer fabric or summer designed bag. Okay. So now I'm going to take these out because it's pulling just a bit. I want to make sure that the top of the pocket has the designer fabric, decorator fabric, whatever. Really good, sharp. And then there. And now we're going to clip. I'm putting the lid on these pins because yesterday I spilled them all over the floor. I actually found one in the hem of my pants when I went downstairs to start knitting yesterday. So these they're very tiny and they like to escape. So the top fabric is very nicely sewn. I'm having a bit of an issue getting the bottom of this pocket to look as pretty as I want it to. So we'll just have to suffer through. All right. Leaving a 3-inch opening on one side for turning. Okay, so I did step 10. Step 11 says turn right side out through opening, press edges flat and opening edges to the inside, hand or machine stitch the opening closed. I am not going to hand or machine stitch the opening closed right now because the next step tells me to attach this piece to a lining piece. And that's where I'm going to seal this in. That's why I said I'm going to place the opening on the bottom. So when I do the top stitch around, it's going to seal that in. So something else I'm going to do a little bit differently is I'm going to do a double top stitch. The reason I'm going to do a double top stitch is because I find that pockets fall off easily if you don't do that. So I'll do the top stitch with the top stitch foot, which is the same foot I used yesterday. Again, we'll look at that and see what it's doing. But so I'm not going to seal that in now. So step 11's done. Center and pin the inner pocket to the right side of one bag lining piece, 2 inches down from the top edge as shown. Stitch around 3 sides, leaving the top edge open. So there we go. That's what I said we were going to do. I am going to use the piece that does not, actually, no, that does have the break in the fleece. I said yesterday, or in part 1, that I was going to use this for the front because it would be reinforced by the pocket. That was when I thought that the fleece was ironed onto the outside fabric. Since the fleece was sewn onto the inside fabric, I'm going to use this as my back because now it will be reinforced by this small pocket. All right, it's 2 inches down. So there's 2 inches. Again, I'm using my little ruler because I want to make sure that I do the smallest ruler I can. And it is, I know where the center of this is because it's where the fleece is joined, so that's easy. The pocket is at this point, how wide? 6.5 inches. Woo, right on. Because it started at 7 and we used 1/4 inch seams and they're on either side, so that drops us down to 6.5. So 3¼ inches of the pocket on either side. 3¼ of the pocket. And now we pull out our big pins again. There is no way at this point to use the clips to attach the pocket to the purse. So we have to use pins on this point. And we're going through 2 layers of fleece and 1, 2, 3 layers of fabric. So you definitely want to use a pin that has some oomph to it. Do I need to put pins all the way around? No, you do not. In this case, pins in just a few places will be perfectly fine. I put them going up and down on the 2 corners, which was wrong. It's supposed to go the other way on this corner. Because I want to ensure that the pocket stays as stable as possible. And I am going to put a couple more in the corners. Because when we get to the corners, I want to be able to stitch easily with the corners. And I'm leaving the clips on there on the opening because I want the opening to stay closed. Okay, we're done with the ruler. Let's go to the sewing machine. That's not the screen I want. That's the one I want. There we go. Okay. So this is my top stitch foot. We talked about it in part 1. This side is thicker up and down than this side. So the fabric is going to slide, the pocket is going to slide underneath here, and I'll keep it butted up against the side that's thicker. So I take out that foot, put in this foot, and I must switch my stitching to the far left side. So far left side. If you don't have one of these feet, you're just going to have to stitch as close as you can because you want to get about 1/8 of an inch from the edge of the fabric. And that's what this foot does for me. It makes sure that I stay at the correct distance. All right, and again, I'm going to do my fix. If you don't have that option, stitch forward 3 stitches, go back 3 stitches, and then start sewing. Pin out of the way now that I've got started. So now this foot does not have a guide as to where I need to stop. On my 1/4 inch foot, I know exactly where I need to stop to make everything straight and even. Don't have that advantage here, so this is more of a trial and error thing. go forward, and my corner is not perfectly pointed out. You don't have to be perfect if you know. So we're going to go forward, and we're going to see kind of at an angle because that's the way the corner ended up. And then we're going to go across. So now I'm going to get to the opening. And that's where my gadgets come in handy. So we want to make sure, if you don't have an awl, you don't have to have one. Just get yourself, again, we talked about the Chinese food, chopsticks. Wow, brain went there for a minute. Get a chopstick and you can do it, it works the exact same way. And just make sure you take your time keeping everything folded up so nothing escapes. You hear this fabric is, the fleece is trying to kind of get away from me there, so hold everything down. I'm going a little faster than I'd like to. It just seems to be that's the way my foot's pressing right now. All right, get the pin out of the way. Let's see if they turn. Nope, not quite. There we go. If you had wanted a top stitch across the top, you would have needed to do that before we attach the pocket to the back, because obviously we can't do it now. As I mentioned, I personally prefer on something like this to have a double stitch, because otherwise the pockets will tear or come off or whatever. And it's a personal preference. It's not something you have to do. It's not in the directions. This is just me. So I'm taking the foot off, the top stitch foot, and I'm putting my other foot back on, and I have to move back to a center stitch because this foot only has a hole in the middle, and if I had tried to stitch with the needle over there, I would have broke my needle. And now I am going to stitch a second time. And I'm going to use my little toe that sticks out here because from the edge of the fold of the fabric of the pocket to the stitch line is 1/8 of an inch. That foot, or that toe, is 1/8 of an inch wide. And I know that. I've measured it. That's how I know that. So I'm going to use that and follow along so that I get a stitch line another 1/8 of an inch out. Again, doing my fix and stop, so sealing in my seam on either side. So now we have 2 seams. So this pocket is not going to be leaving us. Oh, I say that and it didn't stitch right there. Let's try this again. Gotta fix that. Alright, so for whatever reason my machine decided to not start sewing right away. It didn't start sewing till down there. So I stitched, fixed, stitched, I sealed everything there, so it should be fine now. Okay. Over here. I'm going to trim up my little, or clip out my extra threads. And now we have the little pocket on that's going to go on the inside of our bag. Center and pin the inner pocket, did that. Stitch around 3 sides, leaving the top edge open. Did that. Step 12 done. Step number 13. Sorry, I heard a yell from downstairs. Turns out it was just a sneeze. I thought I was like, oh no, something's happened. But it didn't. Assemble the lining as in steps 8 and 9 using the 2.5 inch by fabric with strip coordinating batik, that's where it says it, for the gusset. So this was my 2.5 inch wide by width of fabric. WOF, width of fabric. Sorry, this thing is just driving me crazy. I'm going to have to remember not to wear these pants again with this microphone because it's driving me nuts. So now we want to assemble the front and the back of the lining just like we did with the bag. I'm going to leave this up here for now. There we go. Pins and clips, pins and clips. This is going to be easier. There's no scalloped edge. That's cool. Really? Is it going to rain? No. Partly cloudy. No rain. It's just being windy. Now this we will probably have to snip into because on the strip that we used for the outside, it already had some scalloped edges on it, so it was able to, the fabric was able to curve and separate because of the scalloped edges. This doesn't have that, so I'm fairly confident we will be clipping once we get on the machine. We're not going to do it now because remember the fabric moves as you're going around. But I want to get it as close as I can before I get to the machine. I forgot to see what time is it. Oh, that's not bad. Hour and 40 minutes so far. We should, is that what that, yes, that's what it says. Just about. Definitely be able to get this done today. That's good. And then I think on Thursday, I am going to go ahead and make the chair, the pockets, whatever they're called. It starts with a C. It's a weird name. I can't remember what they call it. I say that and I still think gusset's a funny word too. Sorry, getting ready to go. Forgot to take you with me. There we go. Get you over there. So again, no feeder fabric because we've got all this fabric at the beginning, so we're going to start there. Get my thread underneath. I am not going to switch to a white thread even though I'm on white fabric. I'm going to leave it with the green. And yeah, it's the lining. I'm not going to get too upset if on the inside you can see that there was green thread used. But you'll know, I don't know if you can see it, but there is still part of the Sharpie on the Fusible Fleece from where we did the outline. It's not going to show. It's going to be on the inside. Because I'm using white fabric, I may trim it just so that it doesn't bleed through. Again, I want this to be a washable purse in case for some reason it gets wet or damaged or dirty or whatever. I want to be able to wash it. Okay, so now we're reaching the point where we're going around curves. We're starting to get some of the fabric up top bubbling up a little bit. So we're going to slow down and make sure we go around and keep all of the fabric from the seam to the edge flat without bubbles in it. If we get bubbles in it, then we're going to have bubbles on the outside. We don't want that to happen. Then it looks sloppy. We don't want sloppy sewing. I feel like I've got something in my nail. Take care of that. Okay, so now we take our time, lining up the fabric, making sure there's no bubbles, no extra fabric anywhere. And all of these pins are backwards. Aren't I just the most talented thing in the whole wide world? I don't know why I did that. I just guess I wasn't paying attention to what I was doing. No, the pin heads should not be facing that way. They should be facing this way. That way I can pull them out easily. But, of course, I had to make it difficult on myself. Did it all the way up there too. I don't know where my brain was. Coming around. Take our time. Fabric is actually, I guess it's thin enough. We talked during the first part about the fact that this fabric is not the greatest fabric in the world. I mean, it's reasonably thick. It must have been a muslin because it's not really thin, so it's a reasonably thick fabric, but it was just ridiculously off grain, so I know it's not of the best quality, or it was run and they realized that it was wrong and that they had messed up, and so they were selling it cheap, which is quite possible too. I could have gotten it that way. Could have been one of those oops, we made a mistake things, and so we're going to sell it for barely any money at all, and I'm one of those people that will buy it that way because I will fix it. All right, this is going to drive me crazy. These pins going the wrong way are going to drive me crazy, but alright, so we're basically doing a straight line at this point. So I'm getting rid of the pins because they're facing the wrong way and they're bothering me. I just have to take my time and make sure I keep these pieces straight with each other. Okay, pins and clips go back with us. There we go. And now we're going to do we could press this, and I don't see anything wrong with pressing it other than the fact that I really just don't care. It's the lining, and I think finger pressing is just fine. It's gonna... Something you might consider, and this is a total personal preference, is pressing it out and then doing a top stitch along here. It would be almost impossible to do on both sides. You probably could make it work on the size of this bag, but it would be very challenging to do the top stitch on both sides. So I wouldn't necessarily say you should do it, and I'm not going to. But you could, because this is the lining, this is where you're going to be reaching and pulling, reaching and pulling. And even though it will push into the outer bag, this area of the bag will get more use. Like I said with the pocket, that's why I do the double stitch on the pocket. And doing the top stitch would make it more stable and less likely to tear at the seams in the future. Totally up to you. I've done it before on one side, but wasn't able to get it accomplished on the second side. Not on this bag, but on another bag. So I don't know if you want to think about doing it. It's up to you. I don't know if I would want to try it. Oh, forgot we have to do the lines. I do need that little ruler back again. All right, I have to be nosy. I hear trucks again. What's going on? Can't see the trucks anywhere. I just hear them. So I have no idea. This particular part of the neighborhood is complete. So I'm not certain what they would be doing here. Make sure I put the pins going the right direction this time. We have been surprisingly cat-free for quite a few minutes. It's been 2 hours. I know they were in here briefly. They obviously have other things to do with their time today. I'll get to the corner. Scratch. Let's see. Do I have the two center parts matched up? Fairly close. Gonna have to go really slowly around this corner because it doesn't seem to want to lay flat. I'm thinking this might be a clip spot. I don't know. We'll have to see. So far we've been lucky and haven't needed to clip anything. It's gone around nicely on its own. All right. Water. Sewing machine. Here we come. Whee! All right. That was pretty, I say easy, and then it's going to be a problem on the next one, so don't jinx myself. That came out nicely. I was going to try and put my awl back in that little cover, and I went, yep, I'm going to need that. Fairly confident I will need that again at some point in time. Okay, let's get that out of the way and just get this done. There we go. And there we go. So I've noticed as I've been sewing these bags that at the gusset it folds up a little bit. That may be why they didn't do a fleece around the gusset area, because when it's laying down flat, it actually is a flat bag. Yeah. But if you need it to be, and you've got stuff in it, then it's wider. So I would guess that's why they did what they did. Let's trim off the top and bottom. Oh, not top and bottom, the extra fabric on the sides. All right. That might be useful as feeder fabric, so that goes over there. So assemble for the gusset. Step 13 done. Excellent. Moving right along. This goes on top of the bag. Now it says take, first of all, radio or microphone again. It's just sitting in an odd spot, and every time I stand up, it moves. When I'm standing, it's fine. When I'm sitting, it's cutting funny. All right. Lay the coordinating back strip. Fold, cut a 7-inch piece off one of the remaining. So it's going to be 7 inches. Is this 7 inches? It is not. That's why they used the other one. And there's no way I could have gotten it to be 7 because it just wasn't going to work. Well, this is 42 inches long. And this is only 28 and a half. So I can still use this. I can still do what I was thinking about doing and use this as the gusset. Or the, not gusset, the loop that goes around the button. All right, let me iron this seam or fold out of this piece. That's going to take a few minutes. All right, let's see. So this is supposed to be laid down wrong side up, which there is no wrong and right because it's white. Center the fleece with the glue side down on the strip. So I'm supposed to take this and lay it down the middle. Kitty cat. Hey, babe. Hey, babe. So then it says to fold that over tightly and pin in place. So we're going to need our glass head pins again. Oh, hey, babe. Almost stepped on a cat. But here's my thought. What if I took this fabric and stitched it on down the center and made decorator fabric. So when I sew it, it's going to fold over. I'm even going to leave the zigzag edges in. Okay, that to go there. There's plenty of that left. There's still 7 inches. Yeah, there's still 12 inches of this left. So we're good. I need, oops, hi kitty cat. I'm going to fold both of these pieces of fabric in half lengthwise so that I get a center point. And then I'm going to match them up and pin them so that I can stitch them together, or so I can, I don't want to stitch them together. I can baste them together. I'll baste them together at the center point, and then when I sew them, because there's going to be a top stitch on this, that will seal this fabric in. There you go. There we go. All right. All right. Got it. I got it. I got it. That way we don't have a white strap. Could I go into my stash and find some fabric that works for the thing and make it 5 inch for the strap and make it 5.5 or 5 inches wide? Yes, I could. But I have this coordinating fabric, and I want to use as much of it as I can on the project. And I have a kitty cat back. Hey, baby girl. Okay. So now I'm going to fold it in half lengthwise and press it. That way I will have a center point to match up with the other fabric, with the white fabric. Could I measure and do it and do a line? And yes, this I think is just faster and easier. And I'm matching up the scalloped edges so that I know that it's down the middle. Now I do not want to use sizing or anything like that on this. I mean, I want a nice crease so that I can match it up, but I don't want to use anything that would make it too difficult to get out later, because we don't want it in permanently. This is just so we know where the center is. Okay, there's that strip. Now we'll take this one. Okay, so now I have these two pieces of fabric, And this one is going to go over this one. And now I am going to baste these two pieces of fabric together at the fold. And just to make sure they stay put, I am going to put some pins in. I'm going a little overboard with the pins. I really don't need that many. So keep in mind, if you're watching this, what I am doing is not in the directions. I was not happy with having a white strap and wasn't paying attention. I read the directions in advance, but just wasn't fully paying attention to the fact that this strip was going to be my strap on my purse. So I am decorating the strap with some fabric so that it looks a little bit nicer. This is just something I'm doing because I can. When you sew, you can change things around and do what you want. And this is what I want to do. All right, sewing machine. Cover on pins. And come over here. Uncover pins. So we need to baste. All basting is a really long straight stitch. That way it can be taken out later without any problems. And what I'm trying to do is follow the fold. It really doesn't matter. Now that I say that, it doesn't matter. I'm going to tear this thing out anyway. Oh, really? Doesn't that just figure? That'll teach me to pay attention to my bobbin, won't it? All right. Woo. Let's take the string, our thread that's on the bobbin off. Throw it in the garbage can. All right. My bobbins have a little thing on the logo on them, so that has to go towards the top. Otherwise, it will not work in the machine. And then my bobbins also grab a hold of the thread, which is not something normal. Now, even on my other machines, I always turn the speed down when doing a bobbin. I do not wind as fast as you can. It's not good for the bobbin. I worked for the sewing machine company that sells this machine, and we had people bring their machine in with the bobbin stuck on here because they had wound it at full speed and it went so fast it warped the bobbin. So on any machine, I strongly encourage you not to wind at fastest speed. It's not necessary. It doesn't take that long to wind a bobbin, so just take your time, get it done. All right. So yes, my sewing machine does have a needle threader. It is of an era and quality that it has its needle threader, and it's a little thing here that pops down, and there's a piece of metal in there that goes through the hook and then, or goes through the eye of the needle, and then it hooks the thread, and I bend it every time. So it works for a while it's fresh from the being serviced, and then I mess it up again, because that's what I do. Oh, dang it. Do not want one of these little pins on the floor. I will step on it and hurt my foot. They are tiny. And do not want that. I hope I'm getting it centered. It seems to be. But just like everywhere else, top fabric is feeding slower than the bottom fabric. We know that's a fact. That's why some people use their walking foot all the time. And I guess I don't blame them. Alright, let's take the little pins back over, because we're going to need them to do the next step. Okay, let's see here. What is it? What was that? Lay the strip. Oh, let me trim off the edges of this first. Did I have to baste the whole way along? No. I could have basted like a couple different places, but I didn't feel like starting and stopping. All right. So now I do have a right side and a wrong side to my fabric, because now the right side is the side that has this strip attached to it. And the fleece goes down the middle. On the, with the glue side towards the bottom. And that's step 14. Step 15. There we go. Fold the top of the fabric strip down until it is snug against the fusible fleece as shown in figure 9. Pin in place. Turn over and press so that the fleece is adhered to the fabric. So just the top. Does not say anything about the bottom. Sorry, I need some chapstick. It only says to fold the top over tight. Pin in place. Now this is a little more challenging because of my personalization that I did. Let's see, let's Let's do this. Fold this over. All right, let's ignore that piece for now. And fold this over. Now you'll notice I started in the center and I'm working side to side. It just tends to work better that way. If you start on one edge, it always gets messed up by the time you get to the other edge. So start in the middle and work out. So it seems that I'm pushing this fleece, instead of keeping it straight, I'm pushing it down as I'm going. So let's try this again. I'm going to go over the fleece, but not move it from the center. Kitty fur, hair from me, all this stuff got into this when I dropped this pin box yesterday. Alright, so pin in place, turn over and press so that the fleece is adhered to the fabric. So we're going to turn it over, get hairs out. I'm going to put one more pin in just because. There's a big spot there that doesn't have one. Alright, so we're going to flip it over and then we're going to fuse the fleece in place. Before I do that, I'm seeing that I had, and I remember this now from part one, the fleece was a little bit longer than I needed, and I said I would trim it down later. So now is later. Because otherwise the sticky stuff will be there and will potentially either get on my ironing board cover or my iron. And then just like earlier I said I'd have to replace them, I would have to do it for this too. And I avoid that. Okay, let's see. Uh-oh. Where'd my video go? There you are. You continued. I just lost it on the screen. It hasn't been too long. I don't know why it did that. Okay. So we have pressed it as requested. And the fleece is not all adhered to the fabric. I didn't hold it long enough. I did it at the beginning, but then I got tired and lazy and stopped, slowed down. You have to let it sit. So let's see if we've got it ironed on now. Nope, that's still too there. So it's just this very end. Let's put it at the beginning. Maybe I'll take my time this time. Neighbor's driving really slow to get into her driveway. Somebody must be right next to her house. No, I'm not really that nosy, but you stand here, you see it, you know who everybody is. I know, I mentioned earlier about the FedEx truck. But after living next to these people for quite a few years, you start to know, just the way it is. Let's see here. There we go. Now we are all ironed on. Uh-oh, phone's ringing. Spam. Gotta love spam. They go straight to voicemail. That's what I do with them. So step 15 is done. 16. Fold 1/4 inch to the wrong side on the remaining 28.5 inch edge of the strip and press. Fold this edge over the fleece until it is snug. Top stitch down the overlapped seam and 1/4 inch from the opposite side to complete the handle as shown. So that is in place, so I don't need that. I'm debating on these scalloped edges now. I'm thinking I'm going to cut them off, but then I will have an unfinished edge, so I'm not certain. What if I cut them off just inside and do a blanket stitch? Ooh, there's an idea. So it's like an applique on the handle. Well, let's look. First of all, let's iron this out so it gets rid of the pin marks. Because I don't think if I flip this over, it's going to get into the 1/4 inch. It's not. It most definitely is not. So instead, let's do this. The ruler goes over here. get the long ruler out and the rotary cutter. And I am going to turn this around because I want to trim off the scalloped edge. This is going to be challenging. See, if I had thought of this before, we would have cut it before, but I didn't. This is why you watch my videos, because you never know what silly problem I'm going to cause myself. Alright, so I want to go a 1/2 inch in from the tips, from the V of the scallops. Now, I can't move that. Nope, that's not going to work. There we go. All right. Oh, that got separated. Excellent. Okay, so that's going to go in the garbage. That's close to being almost right where I want it to be. Close. Close, close, close. Alright, so now we're going to do the other side. Same way. Half inch from the scalloped edge. Okay, shift everything down. There we go. All right, where's the beginning? There's the beginning. Half inch from the scalloped edge. There we go. Excellent. Now, to continue following the directions, we want to fold up 1/4 inch on the bottom. The top we folded over the top. The bottom we haven't folded yet. The bottom we want to put a 1/4 inch hem on. I have a snazzy little gadget here that gives me the ability to do hems. The only place that a 1/4 inch hem is on the very bottom. I will start it out. This is one of the times that I do start at the edge, just because I have found that If I don't, the edge gets to be a weird size. So I start on the starting edge. And I do I use the guide there, but then it seems to just lay fine as I go across. And at the end, I do typically measure it again just to make sure I stayed 1/4 of an inch all along. Remember, this thing gets hot. I say that to you because I just touched it and went, "Ooh, that's right, that's hot." I am not pushing down when I put my hand here. I am setting it here because I don't know what else to do with it. It just hangs out. And then I look silly in my opinion, so I don't do it. Messed up the top for some reason. So now I am going to set that over there. Fold the whole piece up over the top. And it says to do it snugly. And we folded that over so we have a finished edge. And we're going to sew over the middle to finish off the strap for the purse. So I'm folding snugly. Phone's ringing again. Spam likely. It must be time for the telemarketers to start calling. I know that we have our internet through Spectrum, and I know that because I pay the bill, but they want us to get their dish or a TV service or something like that. I don't know exactly what it is. I'm like, no, I don't want it. Stop calling me. But they still keep calling me. Just to make sure I haven't changed my mind, I guess. And as I told one of them one day, because I did answer the phone, I said, you know what? If I change my mind, I'll call you. You don't need to keep calling me. I am perfectly happy with the way I watch television. I don't need to switch over to your service. And what I didn't tell the nice lady was, and if I didn't have to have your internet service because it's the only option I have, I wouldn't have that either. Okay, so we have our strap created. Come a little closer, I'll show you what I did. All right, so the top is folded over the fleece, and then the bottom has a 1/4 inch, so it's got a finished edge on it, and it goes over like that, so it goes over the top. So now we're going to sew down here, and I'm actually going to use my top stitch foot again since we have this edge. So I make sure that I get it so that that doesn't come apart. Okay, so sewing machine view. Switch you over to sewing machine view. There you go. You get moved. go back to a regular straight stitch, and then I'm going to move it over to the left because I was on a basting stitch, so I want to make sure I get it moved over. Now I'm noticing a catch here. Even though I ironed it and pressed it quite nicely, it's wanting to bubble a bit here and there, so you want to make sure you keep it together. Don't rush. Just like everywhere else, the top is trying to move slower than the bottom. So I'm trying to keep that wrinkle away from where we're sewing. Oh, and FYI, the whole situation gets more complicated as far as the amount of fabric bubbling. The thicker, the more layers of fabric you have. That's why when you actually quilt something, you're strongly encouraged to use a walking foot, or if you're free motion, then it doesn't matter because there's nothing pressing on it. But if you're going to just do straight lines and you want to use just stitch, then you're strongly encouraged to use a walking foot because it does make your life much easier. All right, so that was the stitch they requested, and now we have to try and get our basting stitch out of there. If I had been paying attention to what I was doing, I would have not put the basting stitch right in the middle. But I see which one is the basting stitch because it's much wider. And we can flip it out. So if I were to do this again, I would put the basting stitch off to one side. And I would trim up this piece before I attached it. Come on. See, this is going to get complicated. Making sure that I'm pulling the basting stitch and not the actual stitch. Again, the basting stitch is really long, so if you get a piece, you get it and you go, oh, that's a short stitch. See, now this is a really long stitch, so I know that's one, that was a basting stitch. Let's see, can I get that pulled out of there? I cannot. So I have to find, there it is. Come on. No, I don't want to pull the actual stitch out. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to clip really close. Turn this because now the other option I could have done was I could have used a different color thread for the basting stitch. That would have worked so that I knew where it was, but like I said, I do this again because I like the idea of having the white in the interior, and I like the idea of actually using all of the strips instead of just 7 inches of this. I like using it because it coordinates and it goes with everything. But I would trim up the strip first, and then I would baste off to the side. That way there's no chance of taking, I mean, now that it looks like we're going to be fine the rest of the way up. Basting is definitely off from where the actual stitching is most of the rest of the way up. Not too far. So instead of basting, I guess I could have used steam-a-seam and done it like an applique on top of the fabric. That would have worked too. Then that would involve getting your needle all sticky when you go to stitch it though. So for me, I'm not as crazy about that idea. But that would be another way to do this. Okay. So the directions say to top stitch now on either side of this. So we're going to go back and we're going to top stitch on either side. It is not making it over to the fabric because I cut it shorter. So that's fine. top stitch on that side, top stitch on this side, last thing I'm going to do is to attach this fabric on the sides here. So I will do what's called a blanket stitch. And it is in my applique stitches, which are not those. They're those. I'm going to do that. I need to take this foot off. I need my regular foot. If I use my 1/4 inch foot, I'd break a needle, because this is going to do some back and forth stuff. All right. Bubbling. We are bubbling. So a blanket stitch. It goes straight along the edge of the fabric, but it bites in every so often to hold the fabric down. So I'm going to do this along the other edge now. Well, that was fun. I had safety pins and stuff sitting up, and they just fell all over the floor. Alright, not going to spend time cleaning them all up right now, but let's make sure that I'm not going to step on anything that will hurt my foot when I stand up. Okay, all of you go in there. The safety pins are closed, so they'll be fine. It's the straight pins that worry me. So this is 2 days in a row I've knocked pins off of my counter. I'm not having much luck with that. Of course, I say that, and I heard my husband on a conference call earlier today discussing the fact that he had knocked an entire glass of orange juice over on his desk. So it must be a day for that. All right, there we go. That's all moved. Guess I was sewing too fast. There we go. All right, back to sewing. It was shaking the whole countertop. And they walked away. Okay. Strap is done. Clip off all my little threads. Come on. On both sides. Alright. So I definitely prefer this to a plain white shoulder strap. So, shoulder strap. Things I would have done differently. So I would have cut the fabric before attaching it. I would have basted it off to the side or with a different colored thread. And I think I would have done a decorative stitch down the middle. And I would have made sure that the fabric was wide enough so that it got caught in the top stitch. But overall, I like the strip better than I think I would have liked it if it had been, like I said, if it had been plain white, I don't think I would have liked it. It at least has some color. And having this be all white, I would not have been happy with that. I know I would not have been happy with that. All right, so let's see, back to the actual directions that I'm supposed to be following. Fold the edge over the fleece. So step 16 is done. So now it says, I need to stop saying that, I apologize. I keep catching myself and I'm like, that sounds bad. Cut a 7-inch piece off one end of the remaining 2.5-inch wide pre-cut strip for the closure loop. It's going to be the loop that goes over the button. I'm still going back and forth on the button. Part 1, I picked out this green one. And I don't think any of the others would go. Because the blue is a funky blue. It's not the same. Well, I'm going to hold off. I'm going to hold off final decision for a little while. Alright, so this needs to be 7 inches. That means I need another ruler, different ruler. That's a 6-inch ruler. Let's use my favorite, the one that I use for everything. 7-inch strip. That's not right. There we go. Measure from the correct side. I was measuring from the... Actually, it wouldn't have mattered. This is a 14-inch ruler. So 7 inches would have been right the same either way. So never mind. In my case, it wouldn't have mattered. In your case, it might. I don't think that's not straight. No. I did not cut this edge square at all. So let's fix that. That's going to go there, that's going to go there. That is 2.5 inches. And make sure it's all the way down. There we go. No, that was not square. Now it's square. There we go. 7 inches. Now that I've got that cut, what am I going to do with it? No, that was all step 17 said. Cut it. Excellent. Fold the loop strip in half with right sides together along the length. All right. Stitch along the length. Ah. Got it. Sewing machine. Oops. Getting lots of seam ripper work today in this for this bag. I think it's like the 3rd or 4th time I've had to pull it out. Okay, and I've switched back to the straight stitch. That's what I want. All right. Those are too big. There we go. Let's use, well, we'll try one of each. So, in the beginning, it gave you a list of things you needed for this project. And one of them was a safety pin. You are all probably going, why do I need a safety pin? Here's where the safety pin comes into play. I have two different sizes, size 1 and size 3. I'm not certain which one's going to work, but I do have both of them. The idea is we need to turn this inside out. First of all, I'm going to trim my seam down a little bit so I don't have nearly as much bulky fabric to contend with. And I'm only having to do this because of the scalloped edges. If I'd been, you know, regular fabric that was just a quarter, and I did my 1/4 inch seam, I wouldn't have had to worry about it. But the scalloped edges has got a lot of extra fabric in it. So you take the safety pin, you put it on one side, and you close it. By the way, I absolutely despise doing this. I am terrible at it. And you push the safety pin into the center of the fabric. And you kind of push the rest of the fabric along with it. So all the way around, the fabric that is wrong side out is going to end up being right side in, if we do this correctly. Now, I am using the number 1 safety pin at this moment in time and debating on whether I should be using the number 3, which is a bigger safety pin. Either would have fit through into the center of the fabric because the circle is big enough. This gets worse the smaller the distance is. And I have a gadget, just like I have a gadget for everything. I have a gadget to turn these things inside out, right, that are inside out, right side out. And it's just as much of a pain in the butt as the safety pin is. So, either way is annoying. I think it's probably more of a patience issue. I just don't like taking the time to mess with this. It's so time consuming. So time consuming, it's going to take all of 3 minutes probably total. But to me, that's annoying. I want to get done. I want to be done. All right. So I have now turned, oops, almost. I have now turned the fabric right side out through the tube. Woohoo! And I take the safety pin off. And the directions now say, press flat, centering the seam on one side. So one side of this is going to be pretty and clean, and the other side is going to have the seam. Okay, so I've got it basically pressed. And I am now going to use my best press just so that we get it really sharp. And the whole thing fits under the iron at one time, which is nice. No, I am not pressing. Oh, I said that already, didn't I? Never mind. You already know. You already heard that once today. Okay. Nice and flat, nice and flat. Sharp edges, all that good stuff. All right. Move the safety pins off to the side because I don't need them right now. Huh. I was wrong about the purpose of the safety pin. I mean, obviously it also worked, but they want us to put some fusible fleece inside of the doohickey here, loop. Let's see. So I did that. I pressed it all really, really nice, and now I need to try and fit something in the middle of it. All right. 7 inches. Do we have enough? I do have enough. All right. So let's trim around to get this piece out of here. Okay, 7 inches long. And how wide? A 1/2 inch wide. So the sticky part, the part that's going to fuse, I am going to put towards the solid side of this. Where the seam is I'm not going to have the fusible. And it says to use a safety pin to do this, and I'm probably going to end up regretting not doing it. But I think this is stiff enough from the best press that I can get it through without too much of a problem. And I was almost right. Come on. Okay, there we go. Now it is narrower than the fabric, but press loop strip to fuse fleece inside. And I'm pressing it with the non-seam side of the loop up. So the fusible part of the fleece is facing up. I flip it over. I guess it gives it a little more body. That may be why they did it. It works. Okay, did it. Now let's see where we're going next. So now I am going to, okay. Fold strip in half to make a loop and stitch raw ends together. Now why would I do that when you're going to have me center it somewhere else later on? I'm not going to do that. I'm going to skip that, but so step 19 is done. Fold strip in half to make a loop and stitch raw edges together. I'm not doing that. Pin one edge of the handle to the outside top edge of each of the gusset strips. So you're going to go back in the back because You never know when you might need a 1/2-inch piece of strip, obviously. Oops. Let's get the bag. That's the lining. So it's showing the bag right side out, so let's turn the outside of the bag right side out. I have a feeling we're going to turn it back inside out in a minute, but it's showing it this way, so we're going to do follow directions. So I've got the front facing me. So this is a little confusing. I'm not certain. It says to pin the strip to the bag. It doesn't say whether it should be right sides together or not. It should be right sides together. And you want to center it on your gusset strip as best you can. And I need my bigger pins. Not the cute little ones. I need the big suckers. All right. I'm going to look and see, make sure it's centered properly, and it is. So that's good. All right. Pin one end to the outside top edge of each end of the gusset strip. Machine base to hold in place. So that's one. So now we're bringing it around. That's how it's going to end up. So the right side is out. So right side together, right side facing up. Come around to the other side. I'm going to pin in place on this side. So we have both sides attached. And when we use it, it will look like that. All right? So make sure you've got the right side of your strap facing upward. And now we're going to baste these on. So remember, basting does not mean join permanently. This is just temporary. Well, it's probably going to stay in because of the fact that we're not going to be going inside here and taking it out. But it is not meant to be the final stitch. So it is a much longer length. My machine, the longest it goes is 6.0, so that's what where we go. And you don't want it to be, you want it to be as to the edge so that it doesn't show when your final stitching is done. And the seam allowance is supposed to be towards the gusset, so if you can, make sure that's facing the right direction. So now we're going to check again. You want to make sure you did it right. You don't want to get it all sewn together and then realize you've got it backwards. All right, so that is facing the correct direction. Pretty sides out, pocket, everything's where it needs to be. All right, great, excellent, so far so good. Ah, dang it, I just pulled it all out. And then the loop gets centered and done. So back to the machine. All right, the first thing I'm going to do is fix my basting that I just tore out. Come in. Baste that back in place. And the loop that goes over the button, it goes on the back piece because it's going to loop, and then it's going to loop like this, and then it's going to go over the front. Make sure you don't sew the front of the bag in. And 1/2 of the loop on one side of the center seam. And I have the seam side facing up. That way, when it flips around to the right side, it will be seam side facing down. So we've got all that basted. That way we don't have to try and hold it in place. It's all basted in. So we have the straps. That's still bouncing around a lot. And the loop. Like I said, and then the straps. So everything is all based, those 3 pieces are basted in place. So 20 and 21 is done. Oh, we're not turning the bag inside out. We are leaving it right side out. We are turning this. So here we have to be careful again. This is the back. So when you're putting it together, you want to make sure that you put the back of the bag right side together with the back of the lining. This can be tricky. And now we need to put together the top of the bag. let's see. We get to the sides again, and now we have to deal with the straps and the gussets being centered and all of that. All right, let's go back here, see if we can get this straightened around. Because we seem to have, oh, that's right, because the bag is going to be bigger because my strips, no, I cut the template the same size, so the strips doesn't matter. So it looks like we're going to have to sew with the pretty fabric down, because it wants to be bigger than the lining. Let's see here. I know that I need to put this in the middle. So let's, where's that at? That's the middle. That part has to go there. There we go. So here, come on, there we go. Do I have all right, so let's see, so center is there, so I need to ensure that that point gets sewn there. So some of the other places I'm free to stretch around a little bit, but I have a dilemma. So I pinned it around, stitch on it all around, leaving a 3-inch opening referring to figure 13. Figure 13 shows a 3-inch opening right in the middle of the bag. I want to make sure that the seam in the front is centered, so that the strip, the line that goes down the middle is centered. And in the back, I want to make sure that the loop that goes around the button is in the middle, is centered. So I do not want on either side to leave my 3-inch opening in the middle of the bag. I therefore believe I'm going to do it probably over here. Because I do want it on the back side of the bag. And this is obviously the back, because this is where that back pocket is in the lining. So I do want the opening to be on the back side. That way when I do my top stitching, it will be, I can get it caught in, and it just won't be as obvious. If it's facing, if it's on the front, then you might be able to see it, and I don't want that to happen. Okay, sorry, water time. So I believe I am going to put the 3-inch, I'm going to get a clip. Naturally, the first clip I grab is clear. I am going to put the clip right here. Actually, no, I'm going to do it on this side. Here's my logic. I want to be able to start somewhere in the middle and sew all the way around, and I don't want to end on the end. I want to be able to go in a little bit. So 3 inches is how wide? Here, we'll use this. Three inches is somewhere around, starting there, starting there, ending there. So just like with the 3 inches on the pocket on the inside, it's not vital that we're completely accurate to 3 inches. I just want to have a general idea of what 3 inches is. 3 inches seems a little small to me for this size of a bag. I'm thinking that that I should probably do it a little wider. And I can do that. That's no big deal. But before we do this, I'm going to move my chair out of the way a little bit. And I'm going to switch you over so you can see what I'm doing. Well, you won't really be able to see what I'm doing, but you can. Kind of a little bit. Okay. I am taking my feeder fabric that I use all the time and setting it off to the side somewhere. I am moving my gadgets out of the way. I am lifting up my holder, and I am taking this table off. And I am removing the table for the time being. Oh, gosh darn it. Knocked pins over again. Let's see where they went. There's one. Hopefully that was the only one that went flying. Otherwise, I will feel it in a little bit when I step on it. Yeah, it looks like the only one. And I will bring my purse over here. And the reason I removed the table is so that I can fit this in the free arm. So I can sew all the way around and have it and have the bottom underneath. Instead of trying to push everything around and manipulate, it's just easier to use the arm. That's what it's for. Use it. Okay. So I need to put a pin in here somewhere. Move the fabric over a little bit. I'm going to pin this so I know where I'm starting. And just like with the pocket, you want to make sure that you doesn't work on basting. You do the start, actually I'll do it the old-fashioned way. So this is how you do it if you don't have a special feature on your machine. You go down and you sew forward. I went 4. I'm going to go backward 4. And then I'm going to go forward 4 again. Or just forward at that point. So that's how you tack it at the beginning and the end. Well, that was just the beginning, obviously. But that's how you tack it so that the threads don't unravel. Especially on this part, even more so than on the little pocket that we did earlier, because we've got a lot of fabric that needs to be turned through that little opening. Remember, we've got the loop guide that's here, we've got the pocket, we've got the strap for the purse. Everything's going to be going through that tiny opening. And that's why I said I may do it bigger than 3 inches. Do I care if I've got a complete 1/4 of an inch right now? No. I'm more worried about making sure everything stays where it belongs and my edges stay straight. Alright, so now we're going to have some fun. We've got a curve here. This pin out of the way. Let's move some more of the purse around. And you're trying to weasel your way around where you're not supposed to be. There we go. All right. Keep everything straight. Go up. I think that's far enough. There we go. And across. Now we're doing the real stitching for the strap to get that in. Okay, so the strap is going to get a lot of pulling and shoving on it. Therefore, I'm going to go backwards and I am going to reinforce this seam. Just to make sure that that seam is as tight as it can be. So even if my purse gets yanked or something like that, I mean, obviously it's not going to, if somebody's trying to steal your purse, it's not going to hold up to that much pulling. But I want it to be, you know, regular everyday use. I want it to have a little bit of extra protection from coming apart. Because we want to avoid having that strap come out if we can. Okay, so here we go again. Make sure everything's inside. So I'm coming up to the center front. That's what that pin is for. It's to mark the center front. I make sure that I get as close as I can to that pin so that I know that the center front is perfectly centered. Now we're going to go around. Now I do have some seam allowances that are facing a certain direction. That's not as vital to me here as it would be in other places, but I do want to try and keep them facing the same direction. Otherwise, we'll just get bubbles in our seams, which can be really annoying. When you look at it, every time you'll be like, ugh, that's not supposed to be there. All right, so I make sure we've got everything matching up. I'm going to do the same thing on this strap that I did on the other side. I'm going to go across. Come on. And then I'm going to plug it into reverse and go backwards, staying on the seam as best I can so that it's double seamed, and then back forward again, or go forward again, straight on that seam, and now we have that strap triple secured in place. Now here is where we're going to end. We need to make sure that we have the fabric where it needs to be. And you probably can't see the mark I have, but the red mark is just above the red clip here. And I think I'm going to stop sooner than that. I'm going to stop like right here. And now I'll do my back tack and my front tack. 1, 2, 3, 4, and cut my thread. Excellent. Okay, how much of that table's in the way? Love my table, just gets in the way sometimes. So now we have everything together. Do I need to clip these? Probably not, but they're going to drive me crazy, and I'll see them through the white, and I'll know they're there, even if nobody else does. Leaving a 3-inch opening. Okay, step 22 is done. Step 23 says, turn the bag right side out through the opening. Press top edges flat at seams with lining on the inside. Turn in opening edges and hand stitch closed. So we're going to go back to that. I don't do hand stitching unless I absolutely have to. So I will be pinning, I need my pins, and clipping those pieces in place, the opening in place, and then we will take care of it because the next thing says to do a top stitch around the whole top of the bag. Okay, we've got this little opening, big purse. Again, we take our time. Naturally, a little piece of string came through. All right, there. Make sure the lining is on the inside of the bag, not the outside. And we have our bag turned right side out. We've got our loop that goes over for our buttons. Button. We have our strap with the pretty side facing out. And we're almost done with this bag. So now this area where we turned the bag out, we need to fold over. The most challenging part is the lining with the fleece. So I want to get that folded over first. Then the front fabric, we're going to fold that over. And just before we get there, we want to go around and make sure that the lining is behind the fabric. So like I showed you on the pocket, we need to make sure that the lining doesn't show. We prefer it not to show at all. It's possible that because of things beyond our control that it may pop out here and there. I want to go around and do no. I feel like there's something on the ground and I'm so scared that I'm going to step on a pin. I'm not certain how I'm going to do that. It doesn't say, does it? It does not. As I was getting to the second side of the strip, I went, wait a minute, how do I top stitch with that still there? We'll have to see how that works out. now we're back to where we have the opening. And we've made sure that as we went around, the backing was a little bit further behind, or the lining was a little bit further behind the front fabric. And now I'm going to use pins instead of just the clips, because I want to make sure that everything is folded over the way it's supposed to be. And they're going to be fairly close together because, again, I want to make sure this stays exactly the way I want it. It doesn't go flopping around any which way it wants. So I have a ton of pins there, ton of them. And so for me, I carry my purse on this shoulder. I know different people do it different. Actually, I've seen most people carry it on the other shoulder, but for me, this is the way I carry it. So I want to start, actually, I'm just going to start in the middle, on the back. Still trying to figure out how to appropriately get around these. If I fold them, this is going to fold up. That I know. That's easy. This, if I fold it inside, I think that'll work. Here's what's going to happen. I'm going to get a top stitch and it's going to come over. And I don't see anything wrong with that. So I'm just going to go that way because I know this will work. I've done this before. There. And I'm going to make sure the loop stays out because the loop I don't want underneath. I'm going to start. Actually, I'm going to start just past the loop. Let me go back to the top stitch foot. Move my needle over so I can top stitch. Whew. And you want to tack it at the start and the end because we're not going to be connected anywhere. Forgot my box. And my pin cushion. coming up to the strap here, so I want to make sure it stays tucked under so it doesn't get stitched at the wrong time. Okay, so there's a ton of fabric here. Ton of fabric. My machine is a heavier duty machine, so I shouldn't have an issue. We are going to hear the machine's going to sound different. It's definitely going to sound different. If you have a machine that is not as heavy duty, you may run into issues with the number of layers of fabric we're going to go through. All right, we have the seam, we're at the seam. So now we're going to turn. I'm going to make sure that, continue to make sure the strap stays tucked under. And now we're going to try and top stitch across. A little bit further forward, and then we're kind of curving down. We didn't have a sharp turn there. That one kind of curved. And I'm just going with the way the fabric ended up. Technically, there was a sharp right 90-degree angle turn there, but the way the fabric ended up, it came out to a smooth curve, and I'm okay with that. Remember, not pushing or pulling, just guiding. Because of the big loop, that's why my hand's in the back. I just want to make sure that the fabric stays level and the curve can go through without a problem. Keeping the fabric straight, guiding it along, but not pushing or pulling. Coming up to the other strap. So again, make sure the strap stays underneath. And again, it looks like we don't have a sharp 90-degree turn here. It kind of just curves. Again, I told you, you were going to hear the machine. It was going to sound different. And depending upon your machine, you're going to hear different sounds too. I want to say we're going through, at some points, like 8 layers of fabric there. Plus, there's some fleece in the handle, so there's a lot of layers there that you're going through. Now comes my challenge. Can I keep this all straight? Why are you still knocking? You're sounding like you're going over all the layers. You're not. I'm thinking the the needle is getting dull. we come up, I'm going to clip that thread so it doesn't get caught anywhere. Okay, so now we have the last little bit. I'm like, there's red fabric on there. Where did the red fabric come from? Did I start bleeding? I thought I cut myself. But no, it's just red fabric threads from a different project. All right, look at that. Oh, there's no garbage bag over there. Okay, here we are with a bag. So the straps are top stitched in a little bit. It's not going to hurt anything. It actually gives it even more strength and stability. And now we have the whole thing top stitched. The only thing left to do is to put the button on. Which button? The blue button. There is a little bit of blue throughout the purse. So, and the button strap does have blue on it. Or the green. Now the green blends into the bag a lot. The blue is a contrast. I'm going to go with the blue. Just because I like the way it looks. I like the way the blue looks. The green was giving me fits anyway. I was having problems deciding whether I liked it or not. Oh, forgot. There we go. Do I have a tape measure over here? I do. Excellent. And that has, yes it does. So the distance between my dots, somewhere around 9 millimeters or so. So my machine has a button option. What that button option does is it puts the feed dogs down, makes them go away, so that the fabric isn't going to move. And then it sets it at a default of 3.0, which, if I remember correctly, is 3 millimeters. So I'm going to try and see if I can go as high as 9. I can only go as high as 7. We're going to hope that that's enough. Because otherwise I will be breaking a needle, which I do quite frequently. Oh, I forgot to read the directions. Sorry. So top stitch around bag. Yep, did that. So side 23, step 24, we're done. Step 25, center and sew the button 1.5 inches down from the top edge of the bag front, as shown. So the 1.5 inches is to the top of the button. Top of the button. Now that seems awful low, but if that's what they want me to do, that's what I will do. So the button is pretty much going to be hidden away in the pocket for all intents and purposes. Alright, let's see, how even are we? There we go. I cannot tell you how many needles I have broken doing this. Alright, and now there. Okay. I managed to not break a needle. Woohoo! I'm just clipping out the threads inside here. Now let's see. If I take this and fold it over, yeah, that button is pretty well covered by the pocket. But we have a bag. Took us a couple of days to get it done. Total, I'd say, well, we're at 4.5 hours, so we're running a little long today. And I think we were at 4 yesterday, so about 8.5 hours. And I did some different things on the strap. Did some debating on color placement, things like that. So there were things that I did that took a little bit longer than necessary. So it might be maybe an 8-hour project instead of a 9. But if you're just starting out, it could be a 10 or 12-hour project. It turned out nice. I'm not crazy about the fact, and I knew this going in. I had a feeling it was going to upset me. I'm not crazy about the fact that it's got that it's all open. But for a starter bag, to get you used to understanding how the bag goes together, what the pieces are, where to put them, so on and so forth, it's a very nice starter bag. Do I think some of the directions were a little bit odd? No, I think most of it made a lot of sense to me, but I have done bags before. So there might be things that cause you concern that you wouldn't necessarily understand if this is your first time doing a bag. And I'm looking at the strap here, which explains why I was confused with what they did. It does not have a center stitch line. It only has the 2 top stitches on either edge. So that's different. The bag pictured does not stitch up the same way as they describe it. And as I'm looking at the finished bag, it's not an outline, the drawing hand drawing. It does not have a center stitch down the middle either. So that is most definitely something that they changed up and did differently than they would have otherwise. I also don't know if I like where the button is placed. I think it's way too low. It should have been further up, but that's easy to move. It's real easy to move. The only thing I didn't do, and I've got something new. I almost forgot. The last step to any project is to put a label on it. And this I picked up, well, all of my labels come from Label Weavers so far. That's been the place I've been trying. These supposedly are iron-on. And I say that because they actually look like they're just stickers, now that I'm looking at them. Yeah, it's just a sticker. So, oh, maybe not. Nope, it doesn't stick. It said they were iron-on. So let's see. Oops, nope, that's not working either. I wonder if it needs steam. I don't have any water in my iron, otherwise I would. Nope, that's not working. So I have to find a different label. I'll have to figure out what that's supposed to do, because I can't do a sew-on. Well, I could, but I'd have to hand sew it, which we've talked about. I hate hand sewing. Because I'd have to, it wouldn't want the stitching to show on the outside of the bag, so I would have to hand stitch the label in there. And I may do that. But I am definitely going to move that button up. I'm thinking the center of the button should have been 1.5 inches, not the top of the button. But all right, so we're almost at 4.5 hours. Thank you so much for visiting with me. Today or tomorrow, our live video tomorrow is going to be a free miscellaneous day. So this is going to be more of a you watch along or come back later on and watch it some other day. You may not watch it with us live. You may watch it some other day. But we are going to do a miscellaneous project just to fill in for the day. And then next week we will start on what I'm calling the exploding square. I think that's what I called it. I'm going to be using the fabric I showed you earlier, and then the other 2 greens. Probably going to leave that green for the quilting now. But I saw a picture of it and drew the pattern based off the picture. It didn't look complicated, so I drew the pattern and it came out fairly well. But that's going to be a 3-part episode, or 3 video next week, and should take up all week to get that done. And it is going to be a 48 by 48 inch, so it's bigger than I tend to like. But we're going to try it and see how it goes. And tomorrow, like I said, Thursday. Tomorrow I'll be resting, but Thursday I will be doing the couch caddy and get that taken care of. So you all have a really nice day. It's been a pleasure, and we'll see you next time.